evening, everyone. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of October 6, 2020. I'm calling the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, real property, conference with real property negotiator, 14B, conference with labor negotiator, and 14C and 14D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.8, 54957.6, 54956.9D2, and 54956.9D4. We will return at 7 p.m. Here.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting. We've been in an executive session calling the meeting back to order. Mr. Torrance, is there anything to report?
Thank you, Your Honor. There is nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you who are watching this meeting tonight for joining us. I'd like to start this meeting by officially welcoming our new city manager you just heard from, Mr. Torrance, as he begins his tenure as Torrance's 5th city manager in our more than 100-year history. I'm confident Aram will continue to lead staff through this pandemic to a full recovery, and we'll be back in council chambers before we even realize it. But as we continue to phase out of the stay-at-home orders, it's important for us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting that you wish to comment on. Thank you for those of you who met today's deadline. They have all been forwarded to the council as supplemental materials and will be entered into the public record and considered during the meeting. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record. Unfortunately, we will not have them tonight. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or city cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3a, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized public hearings will be taken as part of the hearing. So you may participate by calling into the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when you're calling in, and please be aware that our call center is very, very busy, taking multiple phone calls. So you may get a busy signal when calling in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. We've found that many people get in multiple times, and others seem to give up after 1 attempt. But I encourage you, please call back, and you'll get in. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. Today been processed as supplemental material and provided to our City Council?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is our flag salute and our invocation. Tonight, the flag salute will be conducted by Councilmember Griffith, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Torrance. Council members, the floor is yours.
Please join me as we honor our flag and our country by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, let us be thankful for the blessings we have received. As we gather today, help us to be mindful of our opportunities to serve our city and its citizens so that we can continue to make our city even better. Bless those who are facing obstacles with health, unrest, and challenges of any kind. Encourage all of us to be respectful and to make decisions with responsibility and wisdom. Bring calm to our city, our nation, and our world. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, council members. May we have a report of the city clerk on the posted agenda?
Yes, Your Honor. This agenda was posted on Thursday, October 1st, 2020.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading. Councilwoman Kalani.
Motion to waive further readings.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental item. Mr. Pargan.
Thank you, Mayor, and greetings to Mr. Jackson if he's watching tonight from the comfort of his home. And Mayor, thank you for your kind introduction. I appreciate that very much, and I do look forward to my tenure in leading our organization and continuing Mr. Jackson's legacy. With that, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and supplemental items, we will be deferring item 8C. This is to authorize purchase order of two 2021 LG and CNG Crosswind J sweepers with autocar chassis as a property purchase with Sourcewell. We do have supplemental materials available online on the city's website at torranceca.gov for the following. Item 7, oral communications. Item 10A, to consider administrative appeal of Planning Commission on a 15-unit residential condominium development located at 18333-18419 Western Avenue. Item 9B is to adopt resolution of intention to make acquisitions and improvements, adopt resolution approving preliminary engineer's report, adopt resolution authorizing purchase of bonds issued by the city and appropriate funds for formation of residential utility underground district along the west side of Paseo de la Playa from Calle de Sirenas to Camino de El Canto. Item 9C, update on public health department research. And finally, item 15A, due to lack of business, the adjournment of tonight's council meeting will be Tuesday, October 20th, 2020. And as a reminder, we will reconvene closed session before adjournment, Your Honor. Thank you.
And thank you. You won't be able to remind me too many times that we don't forget that we go back to closed session. That moves on to council committee meeting and announcement. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Vietnam War hero and Los Angeles County Superior Court Judge Vincent H. Okamoto, who passed away on September 27, 2020. He was 76 years old. Vincent was born on November 22nd, 1943, in the Poston, Arizona internment camp. He was the 10th child and the 7th son born to Japanese immigrants, Henry and Yoni Okamoto. All 6 of his older brothers served in the United States military. On August 24th, 1968, 24-year-old Vincent was serving as a lieutenant leading a platoon when his unit came under attack by North Vietnamese troops. To protect his men, he moved 5 of his men to plug a gap blown in the defensive perimeter. In an act of courage, Vincent launched a one-man attack against the attackers. His action saved the lives of his fellow soldiers. During his tour of duty, Vincent received 14 combat decorations, including the Distinguished Service Cross. He was inducted into the Army Ranger Hall of Fame in 2007, the first Japanese-American honored since World War II to receive the honor. Vincent left the Army after 3 years of active duty and attained his law degree at USC School of Law. He married his wife, Mitzi Nishiyama, on December 8, 1968. Vincent served as a Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney before practicing law privately. Governor Gray Davis appointed Vincent to the Los Angeles Superior Court bench in 2002. Among Judge Okamoto's accomplishments and associations were serving as a co-founder of the Japanese American Bar Association, authoring 2 books, and the driving force behind the Japanese American Vietnam Veterans War Memorial Court, which honors Japanese Americans who perished in combat. Vincent is survived by his wife, Mitzi, and son, Darby, and a grateful members of the Bar Association in Los Angeles County for the tremendous way that he conducted himself as an attorney and as a judge. Vincent will be missed, that's for sure. Moving on to announcements, Councilmember Griffith has one.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to announce that the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee will be meeting virtually on Monday, October 19th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We will be discussing safety concerns related to the 2020 Seaside Ranchos Holiday Lights Display. Members of the public are highly encouraged to participate in this meeting. The meeting agenda, which includes information on how to join the virtual meeting, may be found online at the city's website, torranceca.gov. Should you need additional information, please contact the city manager's office at 310-618-5880, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to announce that the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee will be meeting virtually on Monday, October 26th at 5:30 p.m. The Torrance Fire Department will be making a presentation on the Basic Life Support Ambulance Program. known as BLS. Members of the public are encouraged to participate in this meeting. The meeting agenda which will include information on how to join the virtual meeting, will be posted online at the city's website, torranceca.gov. Should you need additional information, please contact the city manager's office at 310-618-5880. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by mail. Submit online. Please visit 2020census.gov. Time is running out to complete your 2020 census. The Secretary of Commerce has announced a new target date of October 5th, 2020 to conclude the 2020 census self-response and field data collection operations. If you would like more information on how the 2020 census can help shape your community, please visit 2020census.gov. Let's help shape our community's future by ensuring that Torrance reaches a 100% participation rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Chief Serna.
Good evening, Your Honor. Thank you. A reminder, the Torrance Refinery Company will be conducting their monthly test of the Community Alert Siren tomorrow, October 7th, at approximately 11:30 a.m. This is a reminder that this is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. 1-minute chime. All clear chime will precede and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, shelter, shut, and listen. If you're at home and outside, go indoors, close all vents and windows and doors. Listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If driving, continue to drive, close windows and vents, turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sound. Listen for the chime sounds that will signal an all clear. For additional information, contact the Torrance Refinery Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. We also encourage all community members to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the City of Torrance's webpage for further information. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. And now to our City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sample ballot booklets for the Tuesday, November 3rd general election continue to be mailed out, and as of last Friday, the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder mailed just under 2.3 million booklets. Vote-by-mail ballots were mailed October 1st through the 5th, and as citizens register or re-register past October 5th, their vote-by-mail ballot will be mailed out accordingly. The last day to register or re-register to vote is Monday, October 19th. However, you're welcome to register at any Los Angeles County vote center. Visit www.lavote.net to register to vote, check your voter registration status, find a 5 or 11-day vote center, locate a vote-by-mail drop-off box, or track your ballot. Lastly, the newly installed vote-by-mail ballot drop-off box between the City of Torrance Personnel Building and the Katie Geisert Civic Center Library on Torrance Boulevard is available 24/7 to accept your ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to community matters. Item 6A is a proclamation declaring 10:15 a.m. on October 15, 2020 as the Great California Shakeout in the City of Torrance. Councilmember Goodrich, will you do the honor and please read this proclamation for us?
Yes, sir. I am trying to pull that email up right now. I discovered I do not have a printed copy here. Okay, here we go. So there is a new Government of California website in which they have consolidated all of California's earthquake resources under one URL. You can learn more at earthquake.ca.gov. Earthquake Warning California is the country's first publicly available statewide warning system that could give California residents crucial seconds to to take cover before an earthquake. The Earthquake Warning California system uses ground motion sensors from across the state to detect earthquakes before humans can feel them and can notify Californians to drop, cover, and hold on in advance of an earthquake. The city's shakeout drill on Thursday, October 15th, 2020 at 10:15 a.m. will provide an opportunity to practice those immediate actions of drop, cover, and hold on. Any questions regarding the city's participation in the shakeout drill should be directed to Jeffrey Keith Snoddy, Emergency Services Manager, with the City of Torrance Fire Department, and phone number is 310-781-7048. The website is torranceca.gov/government/fire/emergency preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you. Emergency Service Manager Jeffrey Snoddy, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. I would like to thank the City Council for the proclamation and recognizing the importance of the Great California Shakeout Trail. I would also like to thank Councilman Goodrich for reminding the public of the National Preparedness Month throughout the month of September. That is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. We appreciate that. Item 6B is a proclamation declaring the week of October 4th through the 10th, 2020 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Torrance. I'll read this proclamation. The City of Torrance is, whereas the City of Torrance is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Torrance, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at the greatest risk from fire. And whereas Torrance residents should have an appropriate working fire extinguisher in their home and make sure everyone in the home knows how to call 911 or the local emergency number from a cell phone or a neighbor's phone. And whereas Torrance residents who have planned and practiced kitchen safety and have a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas Torrance first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of kitchen fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas the 2020 Fire Prevention Week theme, Serve Up Fire Safety in the Kitchen, effectively serves to remind us that we need to take personal steps to increase our safety from fire. Now, therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim October 4th through the 10th, 2020 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Torrance. And I encourage all people throughout the city to be aware of their surroundings, look for available ways out in the event of a fire or other emergency, respond when the smoke alarm sounds by exiting the building immediately, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Torrance Fire and Emergency Services during the Fire Prevention Week. Signed the 6th day of October, 2020. Fire Prevention Specialist Ellery Sanders, do you have a few words you'd like to give us?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And I appreciate this platform. City Mayor, City Manager, City Council members, and a community. National Fire Protection Association has sponsored the public with education and services for Fire Prevention Week since 1922. This year's theme is Serve Up Fire Safety in the Kitchen. Cooking is the #1 cause of home fires and home fire injuries. Unattended cooking is the leading cause of fires in the kitchen. Throughout this week, Torrance Fire Department will be informing the public via social media with all types of fire prevention tips. Also, in addition to the education or even educating the community, we also understand that due to the challenges of COVID-19, our neighbors within the city are also unable to visit our fire stations in person. So because of that, Torrance Fire Department is proud to announce our very first virtual fire station tour. If you visit our website, torranceca.gov/fire department, and click on Communications and Public Affairs Division on the left-hand side, if you scroll all the way down to the end of the page, you'll see 2 different types of virtual tours. Now, I'm not going to spoil the surprise, but I urge everybody to visit these 2 tours and tell us what you think, especially the second tour. This is a great opportunity for the community to still be able to visit our fire station number 1. And also the virtual tour is open for anyone and everyone to visit from around the world. So I appreciate you, and I thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate all the work that you do and all the hard work that our Torrance Fire Department does, keeping us safe all year round and practicing fire prevention all the time. We now move on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, then will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when you're prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on, or if you want to make a general comment. There is a delay in the broadcast, so we ask you not to try to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and do not try to use Bluetooth or speakerphones. It really breaks up when we're using this platform. And when speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. If you are not speaking on topic, or we can't tell if you're speaking on topic, you will get a warning to get back on topic or stay on topic. And if you don't, unfortunately, you'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller, pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period is elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. Please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. And of course, on oral communications, public comment, that portion of the meeting, we cannot, you can bring up items, but we may not respond to those items if they're not on the agenda. We may make a brief statement or to answer questions that are posed or request clarification or refer the item to staff. So are we ready at the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we're ready to begin patching callers in.
Okay, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Liza, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? 7. Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, council and staff. Lena Hernandez was 5 hours late to her arraignment yesterday. The judge overseeing her case simply said she could come back tomorrow, today. She showed up today and was just given a slap on the wrist. Torrance's courthouse commissioner, Brad J. Fox, gave her a 45-day plea bargain, which Lena Hernandez will probably just serve a fraction of due to COVID. Additionally, Lena Hernandez was escorted out of your Torrance courthouse by 2 sheriffs, while the victim Hernandez assaulted walked with her lawyer to their cars. And in case you forgot, Hernandez's victim was trying to defend an individual who works in your city. This is your city in 2020, despite the civil injustice and despite the lives lost at the hands of your PD in past years. This is Torrance's legacy. Hate crimes are welcome, lives of people of color just don't matter, and perpetrators and killers are escorted into safety. And for the individuals who choose not to see Torrance's clear...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Aaron A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
My name is Erin. I was born and raised in Torrance here, and I've always thought of it as a great place to live, and I'm raising my child here now. Recently, I've gotten a little more involved in the local politics and what's going on, and honestly, it was shocking to see that our local councilman, Matucci, is formally endorsing Arthur Schaefer for state assembly. This is the head of an anti-LGBTQ hate group. That's like saying to your community, I support you, but not all of you, just the straight ones. There's just this huge divide in our city, and he encourages this divide. And I find it appalling when he posts photos of the homeless people in our city. They're at the lowest points of their life, and it's degrading. Put your camera down, put your cell camera down, go over and talk to one of these people. They're human. They're not like the coyotes that you want to euthanize. And I want to say thank you to Councilman.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Were you calling
Sheila?
on me?
Yes, Sheila.
Okay. Yes, Sheila.
Which item are you calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
The nerve of all of you. You hide behind your screen. Your antiquated system has required us to call over 100 times on some nights, one of them being tonight. This is absurd in 2020 and is likely intentional, if negligent at best. You minimize the time and only allow comments at the front end before people hear all of what's going on. You continue to try to shut us out of meetings, concerned that we are taking up the public comment section, specifically trying to shut out those of us who are calling for justice for Christopher. This is anti-democratic. Take the hit. This is a concern of your city that you refuse to address. This is a concern of your residents, and our numbers continue to grow. We will not be silenced. We will not go away. You're concerned more about our language and fueled by righteous indignation over the loss of life is a tool of white supremacy and is tone deaf. Your priorities are disturbing and reflective of your sniveling, cowardice nature. If you want your meetings back, it's real simple. Create a civilian oversight commission so we can take up our issues with them.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Cameron, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I know y'all have missed me so much, but I'm back, and I'm here to say that we're never going away. We will continue to show up for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell every single week. And you're not going to silence us. You may keep trying all these white supremacist tactics to get rid of us, just like you did in person when your cops like to beat the shit out of us. And I just think it's crazy that you guys want to just push this all away and act like it never happened, because we're never going to let that happen. We're going to share Christopher's name and his story, and we're going to uplift his mother, Sherilyn. And we're demanding, the same demand we've had since the beginning, fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and create a civilian oversight commission. It's not that hard, and you're bald and ugly.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Annika S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm a South Bay resident, and I'm calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and Black Lives Matter LA. I demand that you fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez and create a civilian oversight commission. I'd like to highlight some of the benefits of a civilian oversight commission, like improving community relations by fostering communication, increasing the public's understanding of law enforcement policies, assisting a jurisdiction in liability management, and reducing the likelihood of costly litigation. It's clear that such a commission would be mutually beneficial, and a grand jury recommended this civilian oversight commission in 2018. This city council is so reluctant to take action because their campaigns were funded by Torrance Police Department. This is not surprising, as the mayor has also been bought by corporations like McCormick Ambulance. Elected officials should fight for the best interests of the communities they're supposed to serve, not for the best interests of the highest bidder. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to demand action from this council and calling for a thorough investigation of police misconduct within TPD for the senseless murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell by Sergeant Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. It's been almost 2 years since Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was murdered by TPD, and nobody has been held accountable. His family and our community deserve justice.
There has been no attempt made by this council to address or investigate racist policing in Torrance. Your message to our community is loud and clear. You do not value the lives of our citizens, and you refuse us our right to community oversight of public institutions paid for by our tax dollars. Stop serving the police union and start serving your constituents. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life is worth more than 2 years of your cowardly silence. For all those who are listening that support justice in policing, I want to make mention that LA County District Attorney candidate George Gascon wrote an open letter to the public pledging to reopen Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's case if elected. A vote for Gascon for DA is a vote.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Torrance, Patriot, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I demand for the firing of Officers Concanon and Chavez and the creation of a civilian oversight commission. Are you all really that willfully ignorant to believe the propaganda around Christopher DeAndre's death? Or is it that you are so blinded by your own ego? Every week I give public comment. My Torrance neighbors call in saying that Christopher is responsible for his own death since he was a bad man. Are you all so perfect, really? You can say that a person's past or perceived past gives someone the right to kill them? There is nothing that gives someone the right to steal a life. Christopher was alive, and within 15 seconds, someone decided that they wanted to take that life from him. Y'all are evil hypocrites. Spit a passage from your own book back at you. Take the stick out of your eye before you talk about the splinter of someone else's. How can you live like yourselves, saying stuff like that when you know his mother is listening and grieving her son's loss? Wouldn't you grieve too? I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Kim Isaac, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I would like to ask that you fire and prosecute Officers Chavez and Officer Concanon for the killing of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I don't know why. I just moved to Redondo not too long ago. I live right up the street from Torrance, and I had no idea how racist Torrance is. No idea how neighbors treat each other, how the city council does nothing, the mayor does nothing about a man who was killed within seconds by police. I mean, there's just no concern for people of color, none. Like, you do not care about our lives. These officers deserve to be dead. I'm sorry, not dead. They deserve to be in jail for this murder. They deserve to be in jail. And they should not be working at the same thing, carrying guns every day where they can hurt someone else. But none of y'all...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Pat B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling on general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
First, I just want to give a shout out to everybody who's been calling in for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. All of you are giving me life today. It is beautiful. And I am also calling to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was killed over 2 years ago by officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon. There's been absolutely no remote scrap of justice for that. Y'all need to do the right thing. Fire Anthony Chavez. Fire Matthew Concanon. Set up a civilian oversight commission for Torrance PD to keep your residents safe. That is the least that can be asked of you. Keep your residents safe so none of them are slaughtered by your cops ever again. It's an atrocity. Christopher's life was precious. His mother is grieving. His family is grieving. And y'all are being abominably callous and apathetic.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Mateos, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening. I'm once again calling for the firing of officers Matthew Concan and Anthony Chavez for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Jackie Lacey's opponent, Gascon, has, in the upcoming election, has stolen another major endorsement from her after he promised to reopen Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's case. What will you say when these officers are found guilty? How will you rationalize the fact that you allowed racism to run rampant in your police department when these cops you support and protect are in jail? Do the right thing now and fire these murderous cops and create a civilian oversight commission. It's the least you can do. I yield the rest of my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Andrea S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Andrea S.
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm a Torrance resident, and time again, I am horrified with how you all continue to let acts of racism go in this city. But I'm not surprised, because Torrance has been a racist city ever since its inception. It isolated its few black and brown residents that worked at the refineries into North Torrance, which is why you can see the racial divide between North and South Torrance. I'm calling in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family and saying that we need to fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concan. It's imperative that you do so. You gave raises to these people, these murderers. All of y'all, I need you to vote for Gascon because Jackie Lacey isn't doing it, obviously. Is not doing her job. And it's the least that, like the other caller said before me, like it's the least that you can do to also install a civilian oversight commission. I don't understand why this.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Mary Ann, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
In solidarity with the family and BLM, I demand that Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concan be fired for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was completely contrite and cooperative when he was murdered. Christopher's family deserves some semblance of justice. I also demand that you create a civilian oversight commission at the Torrance PD so officers can be held accountable when they murder people, not be given awards and raises. Fire them. Stop protecting them. Read Gascon's open letter and do your job. Defend Torrance citizens against murder by cops. Christopher was completely compliant when he was murdered. He was executed without a trial or evidence. I demand justice for his family and establishment of the Civilian Oversight Commission to provide the necessary transparency and accountability to the Torrance Police Department. We will not be silenced. We will not go away.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Eleni J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I'm calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and I'm demanding that Officers Concanon and Chavez be fired for the life that they took that day. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was a living, breathing human being who will not see a future, who had family members that cared about him and loved him, and this council's inertia around taking any action clearly says that that is par for the course when it comes to policing in Torrance. You don't have to stick with this par for the course, and I'm very much looking forward to Gascon reopening this case so that you all can look like fools. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Katie C., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
It should not take us calling more than 100 times to get in the queue. We will keep calling and we will not be silent. So stop that nonsense because it doesn't make y'all look any better than you all are. And second, once Jackie Lacey is out and the case is open, the nations are going to see your racist, anti-black acids. And guess what?
Y'all gonna lose your jobs. Y'all gonna lose your jobs. Y'all gonna lose your jobs. Y'all gonna lose your jobs.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected herself, so I'll move on to the next caller. Jonas, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I call in every week. I was born and raised in Torrance. My family still lives in South Torrance. My dad graduated from South High. I'm a white person. I have friends who are people of color, who are black, who have very different experiences than I did growing up with Torrance and Torrance PD. And I know they've felt unsafe. And I've heard them. And now, unfortunately, we have seen the murder of not only Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, but Michelle Shirley in the past, 5-10 years. And you all have not taken any action when you so easily could, and you so easily would if those people were white. So just do what Black Lives Matter is asking you to do, and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, create a civilian oversight committee so this kind of bullshit doesn't keep happening, and fire the murderous cops, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Mayor, that caller's time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Well, if we didn't know it before, and we did, we now for sure know we cannot trust our elected officials to do the right thing. We're seeing it at every level of government. In LA County, Jackie Lacey has ignored almost all of the more than 600 civilians killed by police during her tenure, including Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. In Torrance, you have refused to hold Matthew Concannon, Anthony Chavez, and Eve Berg accountable for Christopher's murder. You refuse to establish a community oversight commission, presumably because you want to continue handling your police and government business in secret and with no accountability from the people you are elected to serve. Torrance police want to be able to profile, abuse, and kill black and brown people, and the city council is happy to greenlight and cover it up. We, the people, are fed up. We are not going to stop demanding justice in Christopher's name. Black Lives Matter. I yield.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Sarah P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General
Sarah.
comment and 9A.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
Real quick about 9A. Mail-in ballots already started going out. Put the damn 5 ballot boxes in that LA County gave you. This is a crucial election. Enough said. We're going to be on your asses about that until you actually put them in. General comment. Let's get one thing straight, motherfuckers. Black Lives Matter. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life matters. So fire officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and establish a fucking civilian oversight. That's the least you thieving bastards could do. Give a shit about your citizens for once, because it's clear that we can't trust you. You just want to screw us all over, and anything that doesn't benefit you, you just bypass and disregard. Just do the right thing here and actually give a shit about your citizens so no one else is slaughtered by your murderous PD. I yield the rest of my time. Fuck all of you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Eli R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hey, this is Eli Rogers again calling in. I just want to stand in solidarity with the people calling for a civilian oversight committee. This is something y'all could easily do to build trust with the community and increase police-community relations. Kind of sad that we're still talking about this. I mean, they've been asking for it for 2 years. Everyone knows now that it was also suggested in the 2018 grand jury review. So, yeah, you guys can stop these calls to action by just building relationships between the police and the community that they serve. Because right now there is no give and take or back and forth with the community. The police are...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am sitting over here. I am hurt. I miss my son so much. They so concerned about what I did in my past. That had nothing to do with these killer cops murdering my son. Nothing, bro. You murdered my son. You stole my son's life. And I demand justice in the name of my son. My son did not pose no threat to nobody, and he was unarmed. And they keep saying he had a weapon. He did not have a weapon. They keep saying the same old bull. No, don't believe the hype. He did not have a weapon. He posed no threat. What they did, they stole his life because of the color of his skin, or what they thought, or what they think, or what they, I thought, I felt. No, you trying to say that you trying to protect your life, but you wasn't trying to.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Tim B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yeah, public comment. This is Tim Beck.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
This is Tim Beck. I'm a graduate of North High with honors. I taught at West High School for 2 years before I went to Merman School for the Gifted. I'm talking, and I also taught Ashley's daughter. We have a mosquito problem. I live in North Torrance. We need street sweepers to come by. We got mosquitoes growing in low spots in our gutters. Now, I know you don't want to sweep the streets for a lot of reasons, but hey, we have a big mosquito problem here, so I'm asking you people, get the mosquitoes out of the gutters and out of the sewer drains. And look at Heal the Harbor. Heal Harbor on Facebook. We have a lot of stuff, solutions.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Bryant, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm calling in support of Black Lives Matter. I'm calling for you. The officers are still again. If you want public safety, it's time to come ready. To install a oversight in Torrance, because currently there's no transparency with the department, and we need to fire Christopher to fire off.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Andy P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, I would like to talk on all of them, but I'm going to talk on 8B, 9B, and Pat Furry.
Thank you. Your
oral communication.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes start now.
Okay. First of all, let me talk about this financial report, what I understand and don't understand. It says we have a net cash flow of $65.7 million, but then our investments from $122 million shrink down to $106 million. Anyway, my question or my misunderstanding would be, if we have cash flow of $65 million and we have sitting in the bank $106 million, then why our newly created Torrance Joint Powers Financial Authority want to put the city and the residents in a $300 million plus loan, so-called refinancing or so-called releasing bonds? This is just doesn't make sense to me. But maybe I'm stupid and you guys the geniuses. 9B, undergrounding the utilities. You guys choose a city block right next to the ocean where all the rich people, I almost said something bad, live. And then they so desperate, even one of these millionaires put up $24,000. Give me a break. And the project would cost $1.7 million. What is just a starting off? So you guys want to spend on one city block, the most richest area of the city, almost $2 million to start off, and leave the rest of us looking at the electric poles. And by the way, undergrounding utilities is very expensive and very hard to maintain and repair. Now, oral communication to Pat Furry. I'm still very disgusting that a mayor like you who attacking not just the citizens, not just me, not just council members, behaving and violating rules and orders, you now have your little Timmy Goodrich, who has to make assignment for you. I heard of the little Timmy Goodrich assignment, Pat Furry, and you are disgusting. You cannot even do your own dirty work yourself. You have to give it to Timmy. Timmy has to do your dirty smearing doings. Pat Furry, you are a scumbag. And Timmy Goodrich, if you're running for any office, I promise you I'm going to be campaigning against you with all my power, all my breath, all my time. Timmy, quit government.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you very much.
Sandra, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment?
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi. Well, I've been conservative all my life, but actually, I think I'm a little liberal. I stand with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles and their demands for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and I also want you all to know that we need more voting options because I don't feel safe being in an enclosed space, so I would like more drop boxes in the city. It's really ridiculous that you people have never listened to your residents and you don't even put on your cameras. So I urge you to all put on your cameras. We can see your bright, smiling faces. I mean, I really don't want to see Matucci's face, but I mean, I will have to suffer, I guess.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Cheryl Clark, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Cheryl Clark?
Yes, I'm here.
Which agenda item are you calling on, please?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling on behalf of Christopher and Sherilyn and any other Black parent who's lost a child. I can't even imagine how that feels. And I also can't imagine how you can sit here for years now, months, and listen to her and not feel like you have to do something. It's unconscionable. It's disgusting. And you turn the sprinklers on her, you shut her up and silence her, and there's hell to pay. This is only the beginning. Black Lives Matter and Sherilyn's request are that you fire Officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, and that you start a civilian oversight commission so that something else can happen, or a different conversation can happen, or different people can listen, because this obviously isn't working for anybody. So you all need to get your...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Reverend Regi, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling on behalf of the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and on behalf of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. It's been 2 years fighting for justice. And they say justice delayed is justice denied. And Torrance City Council has been marching in that same white supremacist injustice that your racist white ancestors started back in 16 and 19. But let me tell you, bitch-ass motherfuckers, what black folks will not do. We will not stand idle, nor will we go away. We didn't go away after 16, 19. We are still here. We are demanding for a civilian oversight commission over that fucked up Torrance Police Department. We're asking you to fire those piece of shit police officers, Matthew Concannon, his bitch ass, by the other bitch ass, Anthony Chavez. And then when you wake up from your type of bullshittery.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. E, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yeah, I'm calling for public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in and say for a group that, has In God We Trust on the front of its podium, I find your actions to be hypocritical, to say the very least. Jesus said, what you do unto me, or what you do unto the least of these, you do unto me. And the fact that you are refusing to give Christopher DeAndre Mitchell the justice that he deserves is indicative of exactly what every other caller has said here, that this body is a body that represents white supremacy, that is more comfortable with the likes of a literal white supremacist like Matucci on the board, and is on par with the same type of rhetoric and the same type of practice that Donald Trump is all about, by refusing to give Christopher DeAndre Mitchell the justice that he deserves, and the type of justice that if he were one of your kids, Mayor Fury.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Ann T., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment and 9A.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
On behalf of law-abiding citizens of Torrance, I want to thank Torrance City for the lovely and beautiful celebration of Black history that happens every February for decades. We also appreciate our Torrance police officers. We fully support further training in our schools of all students, teachers, and administrators on how to be respectful, kind, considerate, and honoring of all people, no matter who they are or where they come from. The tragedy of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell could have been prevented years before it happened by choices that he made and by teachings that he'd been taught. I also want to thank Torrance for trying to protect legitimacy of our vote by limiting opportunities for voter fraud. Our elections are of great importance, and legitimacy of our vote is crucial to the sanctity of our country. All lives matter, and all lives should be respected. Our council lives matter. Our Torrance police matter. All lives matter. Thank you so much.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Joe A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
As a longtime resident of Torrance, I too stand in solidarity with Ms. Sherlyn, the family, and Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It is just ridiculous that we have to continuously call in every single week for the past couple of years. It's extremely disheartening to see how apathetic you all have been for years. And you have the nerve to call yourselves public servants. You serve only yourselves, and you will all be humbled, and we won't stop until justice is served. Your selfish apathy when people call in, their deep pain and frustration, you literally do not care about anyone but yourselves. As our city council and mayor, you're supposed to represent us, and you do not. You're only interested in representing your own self-interest, which is sickening. However, you will all be humbled eventually, and we will continue to fight for justice and hold you accountable, and we will not stop. Fuck you all.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Byron A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Calling on public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Aren't y'all tired? Aren't y'all sick and fucking tired of, like, how do you carry this weight on you for being such shitty human beings? I'm calling on behalf of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And I want to read a quote from James Baldwin that says, "I have witnessed and endured the brutality of the police many more times than once. But of course, I cannot prove it. I cannot prove it because the police department investigates itself quite as though it were answerable only to itself. I'm also asking that y'all..."
Mayor, it appears that caller had disconnected himself. I'll move on to the next caller. Becky P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling for you to fire the police department officers Chavez and Concannon and establish civilian oversight. Why is there no response or acknowledgement of these dozens of emails and calls you get each week about Christopher DeAndre Mitchell? Why do you attempt to silence the voices of Sister Sherlyn and his family and his friends and his community who are calling for justice in his name? What do you gain by refusing to implement civilian oversight and protect Concannon and Chavez? What are you getting out of that? Does your silence mean that you think it's okay for police to murder people who are suspected of a crime before they are charged, tried, or convicted? Do you recognize the connection between policing in Torrance and the legacy of white people, property owners, government, and law enforcement that seek to control, confine, punish, oppress, and kill black people? As with all other cases of police brutality, this case begs the question, what would be happening if Christopher was white? What if...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. William C., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General items.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Great. Thank you. Thank you to all the council board members. I want to say thank you for surviving the pandemic and all the restrictions. I'm a conservative business owner in our city. The pandemic restrictions have hurt our businesses a great deal. And I realize the state and the county of Los Angeles has its restrictions, but we need our businesses open again as much as possible without restrictions. I also want to particularly thank the fire department, the public works department, the Torrance Transportation, and the Torrance Police Department in coming together and protecting our city during the riots that happened at the end of May and the beginning part of June to block the rioters from ruining our city by coming together and not standing down like they did in neighboring cities. So our police and city leaders, city council and mayor, you're all doing an outstanding job, and the business community thanks you.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Nancy J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment?
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I'm calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and I'm also, very excited about Gaston's promise, if elected LA County DA, to reopen this case. If for no other reason than simply you all may be held accountable and lose your jobs.
Because you ain't got no reason.
I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Lisa F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Just for the record, I have called in numerous times, probably at least 10 times now, with no problems whatsoever, and not really on hold for that long. I agree with the previous caller that the tragedy of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell could have been prevented by Christopher's actions. And as a resident of Torrance for almost 40 years now, I stand in solidarity with the Torrance Police Department, the Torrance Police Chief, and the whole Torrance City Council. I commend them for what they do, and I thank them for their continued service, especially during these difficult times, and especially during these difficult City Council 1-hour phone calls. Respectfully, God bless you.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. For awareness, Mayor, there's about 15 minutes left in the public comment portion, and at this time there are 5 more callers in the queue. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you for the update.
Like the song?
Savannah G., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
You go, Daniel.
Savannah G., you are now unmuted.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling on the Torrance City Council to fire the officers Chavez and Colcannon for the killing of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and also specifically creating a civilian oversight commission for when this happens again, because it will happen again as long as white supremacists like y'all are in positions of power. Also, I want to say that limiting oral comment to 1 minute is suppression of the voices, the exact voices that you need to be listening to or have been refusing to listen to, like the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and the countless others that Torrance PD has taken. And go fuck yourself.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected herself, so I'll move on to the next caller. John R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? John R.
Yeah, public comment. I just wanted to.
1 minute starts now.
I just wanted to ask the chief of police, maybe if she had time, if I give her a call, she would probably call me back or find some time to talk to me about the incident with the ex-narcotics agents that work for the Torrance Police Department and whatever I'm used to. I'll try to call you tomorrow. Just want to say thank you. Bye-bye.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Pamela P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling on 9C.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you very much. Torrance does not need a health department. According to the staff report, there are many, many more disadvantages than advantages, and I suggest you not even spend any time on this proposal. Thank you so much, and good night.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Kim M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment, oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was murdered by the Torrance police. I demand that the Torrance City Council, one, create a civilian oversight commission and fire the officers who murdered Christopher. That's Officer Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon. And I want them to end the lack of accountability for Torrance police. And every single life that Torrance police takes deserves justice, and they deserve to be confronted about the hypocrisy that's going on in Torrance City Council and the Torrance City Police until Christopher's mother gets the answers that she's requested repeatedly. You are clearly comfortable being on the wrong side of history, and I consider your actions, the actions of the Torrance City Council, to be callous and callous. Also, the way to prevent...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Anna A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling again this week to demand justice for the family and friends of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You need to fire Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon and create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. These officers shot and killed a man within 15 seconds, which you already know. One of them has killed before, which you also already know, and you honored both of them, which makes no sense. It also doesn't make sense that you haven't instituted an oversight commission as it was mandated by a grand jury, which you also definitely already know. Please listen to our demands. They're not complicated. They are, the least you could do at this point. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. William A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I believe it's 9A, but the voting mailboxes thing, and then public comment.
Okay, there is no item on the agenda tonight for vote boxes. Is this for oral comment?
It'll be oral comments. Thank you.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, everyone. So just 3 points. First one being the mailboxes for voting. I actually called a couple of times or in previous calls asking, but after just looking at this a little closer, I agree with the previous caller that if to protect the voters, the votes and the legitimacy of the votes, I don't think it's necessary anymore. And then the other thing is see if what you guys can do to help the small businesses, especially the breweries. I love Torrance breweries. I love Torrance businesses. So that's it for tonight. Thank you so much.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor, and at this time we have 7 minutes left in the public comment portion. Mary S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, I was calling to speak on oral communications 1.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you're continuing to make people have to call in because you won't meet the simple demands and logical demands after such a tragic murder. And to all the people who have the nerve to say the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell or say his mother's name and not have any respect for the fact that she is in grief and that he is a victim, you are absolutely disgusting. And that applies to every single one of you sitting on that dais or behind your screens, hiding behind your screens, because we all know that you're probably saying the same darn things. It's absolutely absurd, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I have nothing further to say to you. You need to create a civilian oversight commission, and you need to fire those officers.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Lawrence S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Lawrence S., can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
The oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, good evening. I'd just like to take this opportunity to speak a little bit about this epidemic that's happening in the city of Torrance, where these thieves are running around nightly and cutting off the catalytic converters of all the automobiles and trucks around the Torrance area. I was just wondering if there's anything that the police are planning on doing about it. My next door neighbor had his stolen the other night. There's been several of them on the next door neighbor software that's been coming up all around the area. And I'd just like to know, are the police putting together a task force? This thing is really getting out of hand, and wondered, what's being done about it. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Elke, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Number 7, oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone that Black Lives Matter is a racist Marxist organization. We have Nalina Ryman Abdullah, who admits that her anti-police activism is part of a much larger strategy of advancing a communist revolt. We have Abdullah's grandfather, who's a member of the German Communist Party and a Marxist economist. Her father, John Ryman, publishes a blog called Oakland Socialist, and on the About page writes, quote, "We are a Marxist blog site," end of quote. We have BLM co-founder Patrice Coolers, who on June 19th stated, quote, "We are trained Marxists," end of quote. And Susan Rosenberg, a convicted terrorist running the fundraising for Black Lives Matter. BLM is a racist, Marxist organization. I stand with the Torrance Police Department, Fire Department, our city leaders, and the real.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Deep, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hi, I'm also calling about oral communication, but the last caller's remarks, I think, showed her true colors, and that color is whiteness.
Keep your 1
because
minute.
just to say Black Lives Matter, just to say that Black Lives Matter is such a controversial statement in this country, and in the city of Torrance, we should expect better in one of the most diverse areas in the United States. I demand the creation of a Citizens Oversight Commission, and I demand the indictment and prosecution of killer-ass cops. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Mayor, this is the call center. There are no other callers on the line at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We'll move on with the calendar, with the agenda. And the next item on the agenda is number 10, hearings. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that City Council adopt an ordinance approving a zone change from C3PP, fully commercial district, precise plan, to C2B, general commercial district, precise plan. approve an ordinance summary for publication, and adopt resolutions approving a conditional use permit and precise plan of development to allow the construction of a 15-unit residential condominium development that exceeds a floor area ratio of 0.6 to 1.0. In conjunction with a tentative tract map for condominium purposes on property located in the C3 PP zone, C2 PP zone change pending at 1833 to 18419 Western Avenue. The appeal will proceed as follows. First, a presentation by city staff, followed by questions from council. Next, a presentation by the proponent for a maximum of 15 minutes, followed by questions from council, after which members of the audience may speak regarding the proposal. Finally, a 5-minute rebuttal by the proponent. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Thank you. And there is a staff presentation.
Mayor? Yes, Your Honor. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, good evening.
Mayor?
Excuse me,
Mayor,
sir.
Councilman Matucci has a question. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Because of my
Councilmember Matucci.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay, Mayor. Yeah, because of my close relationship with some of the people involved, respectfully ask that I recuse myself on this item.
Not a problem. Sign off of Zoom.
Yeah, I will sign off right now. Somebody can come and knock on my door later. Thank you.
Put a note down here. Don't forget to wake up. All right. Councilmember Matucci is recused, and so now we move on. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, good evening. I'm Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department, and I have a brief presentation that covers the material contained in your agenda item tonight. Slide, please.
Thank you.
The subject properties shown in yellow is Zone C3-P and pink are commercially zoned and include the C2, the C2-PP, C3, and C3-PP zones. Properties in blue are zoned residential and include the R1 and R3 zones. Slide, please. The subject property is highlighted in yellow and measures 113 feet in width by 270 feet in depth. The property is directly adjacent to a multifamily residential use on the north, single-family residential on the west and southwest, and adjacent to commercial use on the southeast and across along Western Avenue in the city of Los Angeles. The site is undeveloped, unpaved, and vacant with no outstanding natural features on site. Slide, please. This is a proposed site plan for the project. The rectangular lot measures 28,250 square feet. The project features a 5-unit building on the north portion of the lot, a 7-unit building on the south, a 3-unit building on the west of the lot, of the west side of the lot or the rear. All the buildings are 3 stories with 2 stories over ground floor garages. Units are either 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms, and the total living area measures 21,528 square feet, resulting in a floor area ratio of 0.76. Vehicular access is provided via a driveway off of Western Avenue. There is a large communal courtyard at the southwest corner of the site. The R3 standards require a 20-foot front yard setback, 5-foot side yard setbacks, and 10-foot rear yard setbacks. The project provides a 20-foot front yard setback, 10-foot north side yard setback, 14-foot south side yard setback, and a 15-foot rear yard setback. The front yard setback meets code, and the rest of the setbacks all exceed code. Slide, please. This is a ground floor plan of the project. Units feature a garage, entry, and private patio on the ground floor. Multifamily housing requires 2 parking spaces per unit for units with 2 or fewer bedrooms, 3 spaces for units with 3 or more bedrooms, plus 1 guest space for every 5 units. The project provides a 2-car garage for each 2-bedroom unit and a 3-car garage for the 3-bedroom units. There are 3 guest parking spaces adjacent to the buildings inside the project area, and there are 2 additional guest parking spaces in front along Western Avenue. The project requires a total of 43 spaces with 46 provided, including an ADA space. Staff notes that the applicant has added 2 additional guest parking spaces along Western Avenue, which were not reflected on the plans that the Planning Commission previously reviewed. Slide, please. This slide represents the second floor of the project. Each unit features a great room, a powder room, a balcony on the second floor. Slide, please. This slide represents the third floor of the project, which features the bedrooms, the bathroom, master bedroom suite, and balcony. Slide, please. This is the front or the east elevation facing Western Avenue. The proposed units are 32.5 feet as measured from the adjacent grade. The proposed C2 zone allows up to a 50-foot height limit for residential projects. The proposed 3-story design is consistent with newer developments, and the 32.5-foot height is compatible with surrounding 2-story commercial and residential properties. The development features a contemporary architectural style with varying depths and heights, and features stucco and cement board siding, metal canopies and roofs, vinyl windows, and cement board patio railings. Slide, please. This slide represents the south elevation. Slide, please. This is the rear or the west elevation. Slide, please. This is the north elevation of the project. Slide, please. The following photos were taken by staff on October 2nd, 2020. The arrows represent the points of view captured in each photo. Slide, please. This photo was taken looking west at the subject property from across Western Avenue. Slide, please. This is looking southwest towards the property. Slide, please. And this is looking northwest towards the property. Slide, please. And this photograph was taken looking north from across 185th Street behind the bank building. Slide, please. On August 5th, 2020, the Planning Commission considered the request. There was a brief discussion on supplemental material and site history, followed by an introduction from the applicant. There was discussion on the floor area ratio, height, conditions of approval, construction requirements, and potential neighbor impacts. The applicants explained how the project was designed to provide more space between the neighboring properties, and there was clarification on the revised fire department conditions, with brief discussion on potential remediation. Finally, there was discussion on project design and neighborhood outreach. 2 commissioners expressed concern with the applicant's outreach efforts. The public hearing was then closed, and several commissioners voiced support for the project, but there was still some concern with the height and the neighborhood outreach. The commissioner encouraged the applicants to reach out to the neighborhood, and the Planning Commission ultimately approved the project and recommended approval of the zone change with a vote of 5-1 with 1 commissioner absent. That concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Are there any questions from the council? I see none, so I think it goes to the proponent at this time. Oh, hold on 1 second. Councilmember Chen has a question. Mr. Martinez.
Mayor, I just want to disclose that I had a meeting with the applicant prior to this meeting, but my decision tonight will be based on the data as provided here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Goodrich.
Just wanted to provide an identical disclosure. Thank you.
Anybody else? I see none, so on to the proponent. The presentation with a 15-minute limit.
Is the proponent on the line to begin your presentation? Perhaps you're on mute. Is there a representative from the Thompson Team Real Estate or with the Malcolm
Hello?
Architect on the line? Hi.
Can you hear me now? This is Dan Withy, Malcolm.
Yes. Begin your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Dan Withy, Malcolm Architects on the project. I wanted to make a brief presentation relative to the design of the design concept. The vacant rectangular site has never been developed, yes, please, under the current zoning, and we are requesting a zone change in order to allow residential uses on the property. That portion of Western Avenue is fairly inactive in terms of retail business, and we don't see demand for anything except residential on that particular site. You go to the next slide. The project consists of 15 three-story townhomes arranged in 3 buildings. There are 5 two-bedroom units at 1,251 square feet and 10 three-bedroom units at 1,494 to 1,532. The development concept was to provide housing to first-time buyers and young couples forming families. Next slide, please. The site concept, as Oscar said, was really predicated on trying to minimize the impact of the townhomes on the adjacent single-family homes. So we put the largest contiguous common open space directly adjacent to the homes to the southwest corner of the site. It also allows the most light and air to those adjacent existing residences. Next slide, or can you go to the material board? Keep going. Right there. Thank you. So the architecture is California contemporary with a combination of exterior cement, plaster, and fiber cement board siding, accents of metal roofing, wrought iron handrails, and a color palette of light to dark grays with accents of dark red, as you can see on this material sample board. We think the project not only meets but exceeds the parking, setback, and open space requirements and is below the height limit for R3 zoning. We are requesting an FAR of 0.76 based on the following. The zoning for R3 would allow by right 18 units on the property, and we're providing 15, a 17% reduction. The unit mix currently consists of 5 two-bedroom units and 10 three-bedrooms. Without the 0.76 FAR, we would have to convert most of the 3-bedroom units to 2 bedrooms, which is not what we think the market desires for young growing families. Our provided units are not overly large, but are very functional to serve the target market. We actually originally had an FAR of 0.82 and have since reduced it to 0.76, which we feel is low as we can go and not jeopardize the viability of the project. We have now provided 6 guest spaces. It's a 100% increase of the requirement for guest spaces, plus the required covered parking, which comes to a total of 46 parking spaces for 15 units, or a ratio of 3.1 spaces per unit. We meet or exceed all the zoning requirements for parking, open space, and setbacks. And we also did a community outreach 3 times. We had the first one the day before the Planning Commission meeting, and it wasn't noticed. It was only noticed a week ahead of time. So we felt after the Planning Commission meeting we needed to have more outreach. So we had 2 more. They were noticed on August 11th. We had the first one on August 27th, and it was on the site. I was there as well as a representative of the ownership. We had 2 people come over and talk to us. One was a neighbor from the adjacent townhome to the north, wanted to know what the design, how it would affect him. I showed him. And another neighbor came from Manhattan Place, and he wanted to see what the design was, and I showed him. The third meeting, that was the first meeting. The second meeting we had on August 11th. That one had one neighbor from 185th Street who lived with his parents over there, who were original owners in the tract, actually, and was concerned about, the project. But once he saw the design, he was fine with it. The third event was a go-to meeting. It was held on 6 o'clock on August 31st. noticing went out on August 11th as well. I believe 2 residents called in, wanted to know the construction scheduling and how long it would take to build and when it would start. And that was pretty much the extent of the community back and forth, our presentations, our community interest. So we feel that this project is worthy of approval. It will convert an unproductive, vacant piece of land into needed housing for the first-time buyers and young couples with growing families. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Withey. Do any of my colleagues have any questions of the proponent? Councilmember Griffith.
Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm generally in favor of the proposal, but my stickling point is always in relation to exterior guest parking. And I know you've provided 6 there, and you're exceeding the requirements of the project per code by 1 parking space. But I'm concerned about what's... Oh, you exceeded by 3, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm curious to know what the parking availability is on Western Avenue in front of the project.
I don't believe there is parking available. No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And, I don't know if staff can address that, or confirm that.
Councilman, this is Oscar with Community Development. Yeah, that's that area. There's no parking along Western Avenue on that side of the street.
Yeah, I'm just comparing the parking to the project just north of that. It seems to be a similarly sized project, and they have over 20 exterior spaces for parking. And I'm not sure if that's all guest parking, but one of the concerns that I always have with these projects is that, especially when you get into 3-bedroom units, even though you have 3 spaces in there, it's utilizing stacked parking inside the garage, which my experience tells me that most people don't actively park a used car or a regularly used car in that 3rd space. And so we will have a situation where there'll be either the owners of the units will park in the guest parking, or there'll be no place for them to park if they happen to have more than 2 drivers per household. And so I'm just concerned about the parking, and that's my biggest concern. I was just wondering if there's any flexibility for you to provide any additional parking in this project.
We could provide another 2 spaces if we go into on this slide. Can you see the slide on the screen?
Yeah, I do.
If you look at the 3,743 square foot open space, we could go into that with 2 more spaces. Almost 3, but 2 surely we could go in there. It kind of, the only reason we didn't do it is it sort of messes up the common space, but it is a large piece, and we could get at least 2 more spaces.
I'm just worried if there's people that have cars and no place to park because of the small number of outside guest spaces, and there's no place to park on the street, then where will the people park? And that's a big concern for me. I'll listen to what my other colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the council? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. The entrance and exit is only via Western Avenue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it just open entry exit and no
there's no gates.
I guess security gates. Okay.
No gates.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I looked at this. This looks pretty clean to me. I don't have a very strong feeling whether to add additional parking spaces or not. If there's sufficient spaces for all the units, I mean, it'll be a food fight if you add 2 more. And, do you know if there's any agreement or a non-official okay with Nikkei Credit Union just to the south, so that when the credit union is closed, is there an issue of guests parked there occasionally for an hour or two for social visits?
I don't have knowledge of it. It's an open parking lot. I don't think anybody's there to stop it after hours. But
I understand. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's all I have. I was just wondering about, if there's extra parking there, if everybody fighting for it. But it looks like there's adequate parking to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, just regarding the parking, I appreciate what Councilmember Griffiths is doing, and I would generally say the same thing, but I'm taking a look at this, and for a 3-bedroom to have 3 parking spaces in a new development, that's virtually unheard of these days. It is. And then also just considering the green space, there's not that much of it there to begin with, and I think we owe it to our future residents in Torrance to preserve that little bit of green space for them, because there's not enough of it across the city. So I'd be okay with it the way it is. Thank you.
Any other questions? If there are no further questions for the proponent, then Mr. Whitley. Oh, hold on one second. Councilwoman Ashcraft has a question.
Thanks. Not a question, just a statement. 2 more parking places I feel would be nice. Green space is nice. I guess we can't have both. But I think the development will be a plus for the neighborhood. I've driven by it. And we really, Western Avenue on Torrance side really needs to have some help. I think that this would be a positive for that neighborhood. That's my comment.
Are there any questions for the proponent rather than comment? Okay, then we open it up for public comment. The call center, do we have anyone who's called in on 10A?
Hi, Mayor. This is the call center. Yes, we do have a few callers on the line at this time.
Thank you. Could you patch them through for us? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. And they will get 2 minutes each. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Michael.
How many callers did you have total? I'm sorry, how many callers did you have total?
Sorry, Mayor. At this time, there is 2, but I understand that the phone is still ringing.
Okay. All right, 2 minutes each.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Michael S., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes begin now. Michael S. Are you on the line, Michael?
I'm sorry. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, your 2 minutes begin now.
Okay, yes. My name is Michael. I live directly adjacent north of the complex, the proposed complex.
Sir, excuse me, sir. We can't hear you.
Oh.
Could you speak directly into your phone and not your Bluetooth?
No, how about now? Is that better?
Yeah, it's much better. Please.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I live in a townhouse directly north of the complex that you're proposing, and I and 7 other residents live directly. Our bedrooms are on the 2nd floor and directly face the construction area, and are just a stone's throw away, less than 20 feet away. Since this project is expected to take a year to complete, I'm very concerned about the dust, harmful particles, hazardous materials, and incessant noise that we'll be forced to endure on a daily basis. I myself suffer from respiratory diseases, and I fear that I may become gravely ill without any kind of safety measures. It's a quality of life issue for me and the other senior residents that live here. So there's a construction project going on currently in South Torrance at the corner of PCH and Palos Verdes Boulevard. And if you drive by there, you will see that they've erected a 30 to 40-foot temporary construction fence to protect the neighboring apartment residents, and I'm asking that the owners and developers of this project do the same with written assurances and promises to do the same. So I'm hereby asking that the project not be given the go-ahead to begin until a similar 30 to 40-foot temporary fence be built between the two properties. And that's 30 to 40 feet, not a 10-foot fence or 15-foot, because my bedroom directly faces the project, and like I said, it's a health issue and quality of life issue for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor.
Thank you.
Andy P., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes begin now.
Hi, I'm Andy Porkchop. I hope you can hear me because I can hardly hear the people who are speaking there. As always, I'm against this always chicky-chucky. We're changing the zoning unit for one person. We're changing the zoning unit for one project. And I'm all against the overbuilding of Torrance. Torrance is already overbuilt, and I'm happy I don't live in that area, but I live in an area where is traffic and parking and everything is a problem. So, and even if you don't consider this one, I did not hear one word about putting in underground utilities there. What about underground utilities? I also did not hear about any favorite of Tim Goodrich, electric vehicle charging stations. What about that? Why don't we put that in also? Underground utilities and electric charging stations. Because remember, our genius governor said that we're going to have all electric vehicles pretty soon. I'm going to have to throw my Crown Victoria away. So don't let this building going on without underground utilities and at least 50 charging stations, even for the neighbors, so the neighbors can come over and charge their electric vehicles. Or one more thing, for our electric buses, what we're going to have, electric buses we're going to have, they need a charging station right in front of there so that the people come out of their houses who cannot afford the car anymore, they can hop on an electric bus and go until the electricity gets out of it, or until we get that flex alert. Flex alert. I did not have electricity today 2 times. 2 times, baby.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
It certainly was.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers on the line at this time, but I understand that one is coming in. If you don't mind waiting a moment, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is the call center still with us?
Yes, Mayor, the call center is working to patch in one more caller, I believe. One moment, please. Erica, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes begin now.
Hello, thank you. It kind of sounds like parking is going to be an issue, especially with guests, and so I wanted to give a suggestion of maybe turning that space into a community garden. I don't think Torrance has any, or maybe any community garden spaces where the residents can come and have their own little space, grow some greens and things like that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, we do have 2 community gardens in the city of Torrance.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else at the call center?
There's no other callers at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other members of the public who wish to speak, then we'll bring it back to the proponent for a 5-minute rebuttal, if there is any.
Can you? This is Dan Withy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, crystal clear.
Okay. The first caller that talked about the construction noise and the dust, I know that there's standard things that we can do to keep the dust down and the noise, or at least the dust spread. The fence he's talking about at PCH and TV Boulevard, that project is I think it's 136 units with 30,000 feet of commercial space and a redo of the hotel. It's a major project, and those units that are next to them are up above it. And that's why it's so tall, to protect those, because they're so high, so much higher than the construction site below. In terms of EV spaces, we are required to put in 10% of the 10% of the spaces have to be EV compliant with the new green code. Plus, the units themselves are going to have to be 50% energy free, which means there'll be solar panels on the roof. That's one of the reasons we have flat roofs on top, so we can accomplish those solar panels. It takes up a lot of space. The other thing is, I think one councilman mentioned that 3 cars is a lot for a 3-bedroom unit. This is the only city that I've worked in that actually requires that much for a 3-bedroom unit. And I think it's, in one way, it's a great, the reality is that front space, that tandem space, is probably not going to be used for cars, but people today don't have as many cars. That's really great storage up in front, I mean, to be honest with you. So I think that actually they'll use the 2 cars in the back, 2-car parking, and I think that's adequate. Cars are expensive. More people do Uber. More people ride electric bikes. I mean, it's a really different world out there. And as an architect, I'm seeing more and more cities actually require less and less parking because they don't want as much dedicated to the car. But this is pretty ample parking, over 3 spaces per unit on average, I think. Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you. If there's nobody else to hear from, does the council, I need a motion to close the public hearing so we can discuss this. Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, I move to close the public hearing.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Kalani, second. Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci recusing himself.
Okay. Does the council wish to take action on this item? Councilmember Griffith.
I just want to make a statement on it before any motion. I like the project. I think it would be great to have that in this location. I just worry that we so often have situations where there's not enough parking, and once it's approved, we can't get it back. And so I would only support the project with the 2 additional spaces offered by the architect. If they can demonstrate that those spaces aren't being used, then they can convert that to green space. But I would prefer to see the extra parking, especially since the fact that there's no parking whatsoever on the street in front of the project.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
I'll offer a substitute motion. We'll split the baby here and come to a compromise for approving the project with 1 extra parking space.
Well, he didn't make a motion, so that's your conversation at this point. There's other people who may want to speak. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I think maybe the question for me would be what Mr. Griffith said. Are we, if to put in the two spaces, and if they're not used, maybe my question is for Danny Santana. Can we go back and revisit that? If they're not using them, make it green space? How would something like that work?
Councilwoman Danny Santana, essentially, if they build it, it'll be utilized for parking purposes. It'll be very difficult to convert it back to functional open space other than, say, maybe a basketball court. But considering where the location of it is, it's likely that that adjacent unit would not want that type of utilization of that area.
You mean they wouldn't want it to be a parking space? Is that what you're saying?
Let me clarify, Councilwoman. They wouldn't want it to be something like a basketball court. And that's really the only thing that it can be repurposed for once it's already constructed for parking on the onset.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Yeah, one of my questions was answered, but my other question is, how far would the nearest parking be? They'd have to go around the corners to the residential areas. Is that correct?
That would be correct, Councilwoman. The nearest street available parking would be 185th Street. And there is parking available immediately as you turn the corner onto 180, adjacent to the building for the Nikkei Credit Union, and I believe adjacent to the bank building on the south side of 185th.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments? Well, yeah, you know, we've always been addressing this parking issue, and the parking in our community is, you know, it's a result of the 1960s and 1970s. The 1960s and 50s, even before that, where we have apartments with only one parking spot or no parking spots at all. As the architect pointed out, we are probably the only city that requires 3 parking spots. And they doubled the guest parking spots from 3 to 6. They have complied with everything and over that the city has asked them to do. That's why this is recommended approval by the planning department as well as the planning commission. Green space is green space. I mean, people, they'll park their cars, they'll learn how to park them, or they'll have less cars futuristically, and that's just what happens. They're compliant with the code, and you can see that green space that was put there was to back it away from the residents that live directly next to that, because they certainly didn't want buildings right up to their houses. So I think the project is done. You know, doing planning at this stage is really beyond what we should be doing. That's my feelings about this. I'll take a motion and discern myself on how to vote when the motion is made appropriate. Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission and Community Development Director and adopt an ordinance approving a zone change with ordinance summary and resolutions.
Councilmember Chen, I think you beat Councilwoman Kalani up.
Councilman Chen will second that.
We have a motion and a second. We have a reading. Reading. Number and title, please.
Yes, Your
Before
Honor.
we vote.
This is ordinance number 3885, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code to reclassify certain property in the City of Torrance located at 18333/18419 Western Avenue, APN 4096-019-055, from C3-PP, solely Commercial District Precise Plan, to C2-PP, General Commercial District Precise Plan.
we'll take a vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
No.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Griffiths voting no and Councilmember Matucci recusing himself.
Okay, that concludes the hearing on item 10A. Someone could ask Mr. Matucci to join us so that we could continue with the calendar.
Your Honor, this is Ariane from the City Clerk's office. We have three resolutions for this item.
Oh, I thought we did them all at once. That's what I was asking for, number and title. Go ahead. Give us the other ones and then put them both up, and then we'll do another motion on those.
Okay, we can do all the resolutions here. It's resolution number 2020-104, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a conditional use permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 5, Article 1 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow the construction of a 15-unit residential condominium development that exceeds a floor plan area ratio of 0.6 to 1.0 on property located in the C3-PP zone, C2-PP zone change pending, at 18333/18419 Western Avenue, APN 4096-019-055. The second is resolution number 2020-105, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a tentative tract map as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 29 of the Torrance Municipal Code for condominium purposes on property located in the C3-PP zone, C2-PP zone change pending at 18333/18419 Western Avenue, APN 4096-019-055. And the third is resolution number 2020-106, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a precise plan of development as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 6, Article 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow the construction of a 15-unit residential condominium development that exceeds a floor area ratio of 0.6 to 1.0 on property located in the C3-PP zone, C2-PP zone change pending at 18333/18419 Western Avenue, APN 4096-019-055.
Okay, now I need a motion to approve those three resolutions. Councilmember Goodrich?
Move to adopt resolutions 2020-104, -105, and -106.
Councilmember Chen?
Councilman Chen will second the three resolutions.
Roll call vote. Councilmember
Roll call vote.
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
No.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no and Councilmember Matucci recusing himself.
Okay, now we can move on with the calendar, and I ask you to have Councilmember Matucci join us again.
Mayor, we'll make sure that Councilman Matucci signs back on. Thank you.
I'm back.
Mayor, you are muted, sir.
Thank you for the update. We're moving on with the calendar now to number 8, which is the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Councilmember Griffith.
8D, please, as in David.
Anybody else? Seeing Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Councilwoman Kalani.
Motion to approve the consent calendar items 8A and 8B.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I second that motion.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Member Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, on to 8D from Community Development to approve the Meadow Park Parking District Maintenance Fee for fiscal year 2020-2021. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm all for this, and I remember that we waived the fee to the businesses as a result of the COVID situation. But I thought there was that we put one extra modifier on that waiving of the fees, and that was for any employers that were exceeding a certain size. And forgive me for not remembering the details of that. I was wondering if staff had any recollection of that.
Councilman Jenny Santana, Community Development Department. You are correct. The council previously waived the annual fee. This was one of the number of items that the council implemented in response to the pandemic to assist businesses. I do not recall something that was specific to number of employees. There are, in this particular parking lot, a number of businesses that vary in size and the number of employees that they have, but the fee that they each had was waived entirely, from my understanding.
Okay, I just something stuck in my head. It might have been something else, and I apologize for not asking it sooner for you to double check the record. But I'm fine with it the way it is. I just had that stuck in my head. I had to get it out.
Understood, sir.
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Okay,
Are there any other comments?
Are there any other comments? Questions? No? Waiting for the motion. Thank you.
I move to approve item 8D.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9A from the city manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and determine direction on the orders from the County of Los Angeles and the state of California regarding COVID-19. City Manager Aram Shaparian.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Aram Shaparian, City Manager. City of Torrance continues with our recovery efforts in compliance with the protocols issued by the Los Angeles County Department of Health. LA County remains in the purple tier of the blueprint for a safer economy, which indicating that COVID-19 is widespread. Restaurants continue to offer outdoor dining. To date, we have 17 Torrance businesses that have secured financial assistance for outdoor setup from COVID-19 Business Assistance Program. The downtown outdoor dining pilot program continues without street closures due to permanent parklets in the street being created for various restaurants. On screen, you will see a parklet located in front of Torrance Bakery. In the following slides, you will also see photos of outdoor dining taking place at Sartori Thai Cuisine, the newest restaurant in downtown Torrance. Last week, LA County announced that several sectors could reopen, including nail salons, card rooms, indoor shopping malls, and outside playgrounds. I'm pleased to share that the City of Torrance reopened our playgrounds on October 2nd. The Del Amo Fashion Center has indicated that they will reopen tomorrow, October 7th, at 25% capacity as required by LA County, as well as the open areas, common areas may not be accessible to the public. It's only intended for shopping. Additionally, there are 7 fitness-related businesses that have been permitted to operate in city parks. As a reminder to all residents, the most effective way to prevent transmission is always wearing a cloth face covering and keeping physical distance when around people you do not live with. Gatherings of any kind, even with people you know who have no symptoms and have been tested, can still result in transmission of the virus to many people, especially when people are not diligent about wearing face coverings and keeping physical distance. I would like to thank city staff and residents for their continued efforts to keep our number of positive cases to a minimum. Myself, Fire Chief Cerna, EOC Director KD1 are available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Matucci has a question.
Yeah, actually, I have a question, and I also wanted to commend really staff for putting these programs together. I've been several times to restaurants with the outdoor dining, and I was actually out there with my wife just recently and down on El Prado, and it's funny because we for many years we thought like, oh, you know, we need to revive downtown, and if we've learned anything from this pandemic, is that people like to be outside. It seems like so. I really would like for us to explore, and I mentioned this before, so I don't know if we're doing this or not, but explore ways of making those outdoor patios more of a permanent fixture. I really like what Redondo Beach has been doing. They decorated theirs very nicely. They actually almost look like they are permanent there. I do understand the parking, that we're losing, but it seems like where there's a will, there's a way, and people have just been swarming down there. I mean, it's beautiful to see that many people out, and it's really revived the downtown area. And actually, many restaurants have told me that they're really enjoying this outdoor thing, al fresco dining. Of course, once it gets a little cooler, we'll see how that works out, but soon enough, everything will come back to somewhat of a normal thing. So I guess my question is, are we working on possibly making some of these permanent changes as far as outdoor dining?
This is Adam Chaparian. Fran Fulton, our Economic Development Manager, is working with Danny Santana and his team for the design and installation of uniform vinyl-type materials to bring that constant look and branding to our program. And we will continue, as part of our downtown redevelopment effort, we'll be bringing back a report to council. We will be incorporating some of these elements into long-term vision of the area, which may include a strategic approach to outdoor dining as a permanent fixture. But it'll be a comprehensive process which will engage all of our partners, our residents, our businesses, as well as council in that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. And I do know that we have a consultant that we're dealing with, and I would assume that the consultant has been part of this discussion.
Yes, sir, they have.
Awesome. All right, well, let's get reopened. I really do enjoy seeing these businesses that are opening their doors again. It shows sign of life. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank City Manager and staff for making a quick administrative order to open up our parks once again. I think the residents and the children really enjoy getting out there, doing some activity and exercises. And I too am looking forward and glad that the mall is going to open tomorrow at 25%. And do encourage everyone to exercise good hygiene while we have this opening, so that we don't have to go backwards again. Thank you.
Good advice. Anybody else? If not, I'll take a motion to accept and file. Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, Mayor. I move to accept and file item 9A.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember
I assuming Samatucci, yes.
Yes. Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. And we're now moving on to item 9B, as in Bravo, from Public Works to adopt a resolution of intention to make acquisitions improvements. Adopt resolution approving preliminary engineer's report. Adopt resolution authorizing purchase of bonds issued by the city and appropriate funds for the formation of a residential utility undergrounding district along the west side of Paseo de la Playa from Calle de Sorinas to Camino de Encanto. Expenditure is $24,500 and non-general fund. And I would ask staff to explain this enough to perhaps the man who keeps continually complaining about everything, that this is not something that the city will be paying for.
Yes, I'll do that, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City
Thanks,
Council. Good evening. I'm Shin Furukawa from Public Works. With the assistance of the project team, I'll be making a brief presentation of 10 slides to provide an overview of the material contained in the staff report for this item. Item 9B is consideration to begin the process to form an underground utility assessment district for the west side of Paseo de la Playa. Next slide, please. The project team consists of the assessment engineer, Jeff Cooper of NV5, bond counsel, Stacy Hansen of Jones Hall, who's filling in tonight for Scott Ferguson, municipal advisor Craig Hill of NHA Advisors, as well as city staff, which includes myself from Public Works and Sheila Poisson from Finance. Next slide, please. First, what is an assessment district? An assessment district is a financing mechanism under the California Streets and Highways Code, which allows agencies to designate specific districts for the purposes of funding improvements within the districts. The improvements provide direct and special benefits to specific properties in the district, rather than providing a general public benefit. It's important to note that formation of an assessment district is a resident-initiated, resident-funded process. Improvements are paid for by the property owners within the district and not by the city. Each property owner is assessed a calculated share of the total project cost, and liens are placed against the properties. Assessments are paid over time as part of the annual property tax bill. Next slide, please. District formation overview. So under the Streets and Highways Code, the assessment engineer's report is legally required to determine recommended assessment amounts. The report is included as Attachment B to the staff report. We'll go into more detail about the engineer's report in a subsequent slide. A Proposition 218 vote of the property owners within the proposed district must pass to form the district. Passage requires a simple majority of the weighted ballots cast. The city's district formation process ensures no financial risk to city funds. Residents pay all upfront costs prior to the formation of the district, and all costs incurred after district formation are recovered through the assessments. Next slide, please. This is a brief overview of the proposed Utility Underground Assessment District number 2020-01. So there are 20 homes within the proposed district as shown. They're located on the west side of Paseo de la Playa, adjacent to the Pacific Ocean. The residents desire to underground existing overhead utility lines running in their backyards. These lines include Edison, Charter, and Frontier. Next slide, please. Background and neighborhood support. This slide shows a brief timeline of events and the support the residents have shown at each step. In October 2016, a neighborhood committee was formed to work with staff on the project. In September 2017, an initial petition was circulated to the 20 property owners to gauge interest. 60% support is required to move forward, and we received 100% support, so all 20 property owners were in favor. In October 2018, the residents paid for the assessment engineer's report. In February 2020, after the engineer's report was prepared, a letter of interest with updated assessment estimates were sent to all 20 residents. 14 responses were received, all in favor. Finally, also not shown on the slide but included in the council supplementals, are public comments received following the posting of tonight's council agenda. Comments were received from 13 properties on the street, all urging council support of this effort. Next slide, please. This slide shows some key points from the engineer's report. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Assessment Engineer Jeff Cooper of NV5 to go into more detail.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This is Jeff Cooper with NV5. It's a pleasure to be the assessment engineer on this project. The first bullet talks about the overall project cost of $1,784,400. This is based upon estimates from the utility companies plus a 20% contingency. The contingency is because we do not have actual construction bids at this time. Those will come later in the process if the district is formed. The proposed assessments range from $86,675 to $98,270. The average assessment is $89,220. Assessments are apportioned based on parcel area, aesthetic benefit, safety benefit, and connection benefits. And finally, property owners have the option of paying cash up front and not paying annual assessments. Thank you.
Next slide, please. This slide shows some key points regarding the assessment bond financing aspect of the project, and I'll turn it over to Craig Hill of NHA Advisors to explain.
Great, thank you, Shen. Yes, Craig Hill, NHA Advisors, the city's municipal advisor on this project. And as Jeff mentioned, the cost of the project is relatively small for most types of bond financings that the city has done in the past. Given the fixed costs that are associated with doing public offerings, a bond issue of this size would have financing costs in the range of 17 to 20% above the project costs themselves. If we eliminate some of those transaction costs that are typically done, sorry?
The little darling came down to hang out.
So if we work with the city directly and potentially have the city's treasury be the investor or purchaser of the bonds, we will be able to reduce the financing costs down to approximately 7.5%. And what this will do is be a win-win situation for the proposed property owners within the district. They will have assessment amounts that will be, as shown in Jeff's slide earlier. In addition, the city's win is that we are proposing that the city would buy the assessment bond. It would be like any other security that the city owns in its reserves or in its treasury. It would be a 20-year bond earning a 4% rate, which is a higher rate of return than what is typically received on some of the other investments that are currently held by the city treasurer. So the proposed policy would require an investment policy amendment to what the city has now, but it would be proposed that as part of this small undergrounding assessment district that the city would be the purchaser of the bonds.
Thank you, Craig. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the 4 actions that we're requesting of City Council tonight. First is the adoption of the Resolution of Intent. This resolution is required by the Municipal Improvement Act of 1913 to begin the assessment process. It describes the city's intention to form the district. It designates the assessment engineer, describes the improvements to be made, and identifies the boundaries of the district. Second, adopt the resolution approving the preliminary engineer's report. This indicates the council's approval of the report and the assessment formulas contained within, and sets a public hearing date, which is the deadline to submit ballots. Staff is recommending a public hearing date of December 8th, 2020, which is the minimum required length of time needed to cast ballots. Third, adopt a resolution authorizing the purchase of bonds issued by the city to fund the improvements. The proposed funding strategy for this project involves the city issuing bonds and buying them back through the city's investment pool, as Craig mentioned, which requires a modification to the city's investment policy, as the government code does not allow a city to purchase any security that has a maturity date exceeding 5 years unless the City Council has expressly granted that authority. Finally, staff is requesting appropriation of funds to be received from the property owners to cover the Prop 218 balloting costs to be appropriated to this project, which is I-175. The residents have agreed to pay all the costs of balloting within 2 weeks of tonight's meeting so that the ballots can be sent out. Next slide, please. This is the last slide, which shows the next steps in the process, assuming that 3 resolutions are approved tonight. So if council approves the resolutions, the property owners will deposit the funds for balloting in 2 weeks. The ballots will be mailed on or about October 20th. 45 days later, on December 8th, there will be a public hearing where the ballots are opened and tabulated. And if it's successful, the district is formed, which is the first box on the second line. Once the district is formed, there's a cash collection period for any residents who want to pay the entire amount up front rather than getting assessed on their property tax. And then once the cash collection period is over, the residents will pay for the utility company engineering designs. And once the designs are completed, the city will bid the project. And at that time, we'll have a firm number to issue the bonds, so we'll know the correct amount to issue the bonds for. Construction begins, and then towards the end of construction, the homeowners will convert their services underground, and then finally, once that's done, the poles are removed. So that's kind of a brief overview of the next steps moving forward. So with that concludes my presentation, and the project team is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for explaining that. There's an awful lot of service being provided by the City of Torrance to its residents. And clearly, the residents are the ones who are going to benefit by this, but it's also going to cost them a lot of money out of their pocket. But the city does provide a service just like this. It doesn't happen that often because how often can you see 20 residents living next to each other agreeing on everything? And that's what it requires, is that everybody has to agree to do this. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And they have to put up the money, the seed money to get it all started. So to the people who question the validity of what we're doing here, just understand that when you get along with your neighbors, work with your neighbors, lots of great things can happen, and you can bring them to the city, and the city will certainly assist you with that. Any questions about the staff presentation? I think it was really very clear and very detailed. Mr. Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have just need a little bit clarification. The box has a cash collection period, and I just want a clarity. Is that for the development of it? I'm trying to understand that cash collection period versus paying for the bid. Is that cash collection just for the utility company to do the engineering design? Just want to make sure.
The cash collection period is for any residents who want to pay the upfront cost or the total cost upfront rather than getting an assessment on their property tax bills.
Okay, so maybe I just need some additional clarification. In the bid project, how would you know? Maybe I got confused. Bidding for the project. I'm trying to understand that collection for the cash versus what the bid project is. They would not know what the cost is yet, right?
Correct. Craig, I don't know if you want to chime in on this one.
Sure. I mean, there is a cash collection period based on, as the engineer Jeff put out there, there's been a predetermination on what we believe the cost will be for each parcel. That money will be, should anybody elect to make the cash payment in lieu of financing their portion, that money will effectively go into escrow. And only at the time that the bid is received in the future and we determine that there will be sufficient funds to cover the cost, would it then be applied towards the project. if for some reason the project did not get completed, that those funds would be released back to the property owner.
And if the project, in reality, once it starts, goes above even the 20% contingency, who would be with the 20 residents will still be responsible to pay if we went above the 20% contingency, whatever the actual cost is? That's really what I'm getting at.
In other words, will the city have any liability at all?
Yeah, if there's I mean, the 20% contingency is like protection. What if, just like typical remodeling costs, sometimes it grows, right? Are the 20 residents still held responsible to pay any additional costs?
This is Jeff Cooper. Do you want me to jump in on this? Just for clarification, when the ballots are mailed, the property owner will be told in the ballot what their maximum assessment amount is, and that's based upon the estimate in the engineer's report and the 20% contingency. If once we get bids and we know the actual bid, if for some reason it comes in higher than what was estimated, to continue, you actually would need to go out and ballot again to get the property owners to increase what they've agreed to on the assessment amount so we could complete the project.
Okay. I think I understand that. I think my clarification was, as construction goes and we find that it's going to be even beyond what the estimated cost is, who do you hold and go back to the mayor had it right. I mean, at some point, is the city totally free from any costs if this project overruns?
I'm an engineer. My answer is yes, you are protected. The only way the project would continue if it came in higher than in the assessment engineer's report, we'd have to reballot and ask the property owners to increase their maximum assessment so we could complete the project.
So maybe the part that I don't understand is the part that's issuing the bonds. It almost seems like having the city be the lender or the bank, if you will. Hopefully I kind of interpret it in layman's language correctly. Why would the city need to issue the bond if the property owners are paying for all of this? And
right. Well, just a clarification, those property owners that want to just pay cash up front, they save financing costs by doing that. Those, the way the code works, those who don't want to pay cash can then let it, quote unquote, go to bond, and what then happens is they agree to make a payment on their property taxes every year to pay back their fair share of the bonds that were issued in their behalf. Some people just don't want to write out a check for the entire amount. They want to pay over time. And if they do that, the assessment is on the property taxes, and the assessment stays with the property.
Right. So if the 10 residents want to pay cash, then they're done, and then the 10 would be paying incrementally with a certain amount of interest.
Correct.
And once all the payment is done for the cost, let's X years later, and something breaks underground, who pays for that maintenance? I guess for the life of the project. Maybe that's the right way to ask.
Yeah. Well, what happens once this project is completed, it's basically turned over to the utility companies, and they're responsible for operating and maintaining it forevermore.
Okay. Meaning if something happens, some damage, hillslide, and something gets broken, the city has no liability to go fix it. It's all the utilities companies from that day forward.
My answer, again, I'm the engineer, but my answer is no liability, because the property owners are really building these facilities so the utility companies can put their equipment and power and cable lines underground. And when they do that, the utility companies actually will own this system, and they will operate and maintain it like any other system that they have.
Okay.
The utility companies are a real partner in this program.
Okay. So I think you made sure that I understood that you're the engineer. So is there someone who actually could speak that would say that is the correct answer, as opposed to I'm the engineer?
Councilman Chen, this is Patrick Sullivan, the city attorney.
Yeah.
As the engineers spoke, this is going to be an SCE project, and this is their SCE equipment. The only thing that the property owners are doing is undergrounding, paying for SCE to take the overhead and make it underground, but it's still going to be SCE's equipment and lines. So any damage to that, if it's done by the homeowners, that's on them. If there's some damage to Edison lines for other natural causes or anything else, that would be borne by Edison.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure I heard someone with maybe a JD background as opposed to engineering.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. I think I said that at the outset. I still have my JD, so I can still do that.
Yeah, as your assessment,
okay.
I often get legal questions all the time.
Yeah, and I do too. Any other questions or comments? If not, then I'll take a motion to. What am I looking for? A motion to accept. This one is. We need 3 numbers and titles on this one. So can I get 3 numbers and titles from our clerk?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2020-107, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, of intention to make acquisitions and improvements for the proposed undergrounding utility assessment district number 2020-1, Paseo de la Playa. Second is resolution number 2020-108, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving preliminary engineer's report and directing related actions for the proposed undergrounding utility assessment district number 2020-1, Paseo de la Playa. And the third is resolution number 2020-109, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, under California Government Code Section 53601, authorizing the purchase of bonds issued by the city under the Improvement Bond Act of 1915.
I'll take a motion to adopt those 3. Councilmember Matucci?
Yes, Mayor. I move to adopt resolutions 2020-107, 2020-108, and 2020-109.
Councilwoman Ashcraft?
Do we also have to add in the number 4 upon receipt of the funds in that motion?
Wouldn't hurt.
Okay. Whatever it is, I will second it.
Okay. I can include in my motion number 4.
Okay, I second.
Okay, roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, now we're moving on to item 9C. It's in Charlie, from the city manager to update on public health department research. From city staff, I believe Connor is going to do this.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. So this is Connor Shortland from the City Manager's Office. It is the recommendation of the City Manager that City Council receive this public health department research update and to direct staff on how to proceed. During the May 12th, 2020 City Council meeting, Councilmember Matucci received concurrence from the Council to direct staff to conduct research to identify the requirements, funding, and steps necessary to establish a city-operated public health department. Despite experiencing COVID-specific difficulties, the representatives from each of the 4 California cities with existing health departments affirmed that they've had positive working relationships with Los Angeles County and that they've ultimately followed their guidance on health and safety matters in response to COVID. Attachment B provides a detailed description of the minimum requirements, responsibilities, and functions of a public health department as dictated by the California Code of Regulations. In addition to these requirements, the city would need to pass an ordinance establishing a City of Torrance Health Department and would likely need to amend the Torrance Municipal Code to opt out of every subject area where the city has submitted to the jurisdiction of the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health regarding various health and safety issues. Attachment A outlines the annual budgets, funding sources, and divisions within each of the 4 California cities that have existing public health departments, including the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, for comparison. As shown in the attachment, funding for the departments derive primarily from federal, state, and county grants, with the exception of the City of Berkeley, who receives most of their funding from their general fund. At this time, staff is requesting direction from your honorable body on how to proceed and are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you for all the research you did on this. It's really a lot of great information on the whole history of the health departments in California. It's really enlightening for sure. As our Councilmember Matucci had his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also wanted to thank you, staff, for bringing back this item and doing the research. I know it's very time-consuming. I was kind of disappointed about the list of disadvantages, which included the lack of autonomy. So we were still basically under the LA County Health, and that's directions of the county, which brings me to my next question: is the funding? I see a lot of different sources for funding. The funding would be grants that would have to be applied for, like pretty much every year, every 10 years, every 5 years? How does the funding work for a health district?
So from the information that I've gathered...
Connor, do you have that info?
Yes. So from the information that I've gathered, it seems as though most of the funding tends to vary. So as attachment B shows, some of the funding comes from federal, state, county, and private funds. Some come from grants. I think I'd have to come back and provide more information as to the specific deadline of the grants. But the city of Pasadena, for example, their public health department does receive federal, county, and state grants.
Okay. Now, what if? Because I know that Berkeley, Long Beach, Pasadena, they have their own health district. What if we kind of opened it up to more of a South Bay thing? I know we have a lot of facilities here. The South Bay is kind of unique to LA County, I guess, in a way. I don't really want to see this go away, or us say, no, it's too difficult, not the right time, et cetera, et cetera. I would like for us to possibly try to expand this into a more of a South Bay health district. And if we are going to keep it here in Torrance, I really want to make sure that we're able to, A, pay for this, and B, really seek the fruits of actually being able to do this and the benefits of it. I do like the advantages, ability to build programs tailored to the community and create targeted interventions. Again, I do feel that Torrance is quite different than most of Los Angeles. When we get all bunched up into one health district, I feel like we're getting the short end of the stick, considering that we do have state-of-the-art facilities here, and we should be able to put some, I guess, a little bit more of our own our own decision making into the process. So, yeah, as of right now, I'm kind of torn on proceeding with even doing anything unless we really secure the funding and really be able to put together a program together that we can see a true benefit. So I'd like to hear what everybody else has to say about this. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Ashcroft.
Thank you. In thinking about using the word health districts, Beach Cities has a health district, and so that encompasses, I don't know, 3, 4 cities, maybe 5. And I know that a lot of their funding comes from assessments on their property taxes. I don't want to see that going to Torrance, but that's one of their major funding. We have the continuing costs, what it costs to year by year, how it's funded, but we don't have the startup costs. I would assume startup costs for something like this would be more than 1 year of running the district. Connor, do you have any idea what a startup cost would be for this?
Not at this time. Unfortunately, it seems as though most of the public health departments were established in the early 1900s or late 1800s, and when I reached out to representatives from each of the cities, they were unable to provide that information. Okay.
I would assume it would be could be double or even more of what 1 year of operating costs would be to be able to even start it up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilwoman Kalani?
Yes, and thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all the work that's gone into this. And I'm sorry I didn't ask this question sooner, but what does it, if we had the money and we had all the resources in place, what does it take to actually leave the Los Angeles County umbrella and go to our own? Does it have to go to a vote? Does that vote include all of Los Angeles County? In other words, they have to approve to release us, or we can just do this if we want.
Patrick, can you add what clarity?
This is Aram Chaparian, Councilman. I recall City of Los Angeles had a similar effort a few years back when they were exploring the creation of independent health agency department. We could come back with additional research should council want us to bring back more details about the legal framework for being able to separate from LA County. But the most recent effort was City of LA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think the second one up was Goodrich, and then followed by Chen.
Question for staff. Well, let me start by saying why I'm going down this route here is one of the biggest complaints I hear from our small businesses is the lack of communication, understandably, between LA County Department of Public Health on inspections for, say, they're installing a kitchen, and city staff and their inspectors. And one inspector will come out from one entity and say, you got to do this, this, and this, and then LA County Public Health will come out and say, oh, no, that's wrong. And there's competing direction there, which adds, and also just I hear a lot of delays for the inspections from LA County Public Health. Is there any way to, instead of doing an entire public health program or department, is there any way to take over just that very small subset from the county?
Councilman, this is Adam. Connor, was that something that came up in your research? But it is something we can explore, Councilman, should Council wishes to continue this matter. I'm not sure if we have a clear route for elections only.
I'd be interested in that, and of course funding is key. I don't see from any of these examples in the attachment that it would come from property taxes, and Somebody mentioned the Beach Cities Health District, and that's a different animal altogether. They don't do the same thing as these health departments here that we're talking about.
Yeah, they're a preventive health district, and they include the cities of Redondo, Manhattan Beach, and Hermosa Beach, the beach cities. And in the past, just from our awareness, they were not interested in being a health department. I'm sorry, but we can always circle back with them for additional follow-up.
You finished?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Goodrich? Okay. Yeah, it's Councilmember Chen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think, if I remember right, when this question came up was during the early stages of this COVID-19 pandemic, where we felt like we were somewhat helpless. And there may be the idea of looking at our whole own health department could help. And during this pandemic, it looks like even the cities of Pasadena and Long Beach oftentimes seem to be overridden by the state health department. That said, you have to follow the county's guidelines. Am I correct, staff?
This is Patrick Sullivan again. That's correct. Pasadena tried to kind of exempt themselves out of some of LA County's COVID restrictions, and the Department of Public Health, the State Department of Public Health, said no, that you could not, that they had to wait for the county. So even though they had their own separate one in the county, they were still subject to the county's orders and regulations.
And I thought that happened at Long Beach as well. Am I correct, Patrick?
I believe so. I believe both of them tried to break away and couldn't.
Okay. So I'm trying to follow this train of thought and try to look at what the potential advantages and disadvantages are. And maybe one question we can ask along the lines of what I think Councilman Tucci is getting at, they may be worth asking a question, is the South Bay COG. Because I know last time, I think Mayor Ferry and some other mayors in South Bay wrote a letter to the governor to see if we could be treated as our own entity based on our own data. The spirit of it is a lot of times our data could show that we could have some independence, but if during a crisis pandemic we get overridden, then we are kind of stood up for not. But it could be a question that, if it's okay, we ask the staff to at least approach the COG to see if there's no interest for further study. And the other question is, does that, if we ever went down this path, I agree with Councilwoman Ashcraft, the non-recurring cost is probably at least double in what I see on there, because you have to stand it up, then you got to maintain it. Then the other thing is, we probably have to carry on how we do the address the homeless issue as part of this public health. Am I going down the right track?
Councilman, this is Aram again, Aram Chaparian. LA County has a whole different department, LASA, that handles the homelessness. There may be some crossover related matters within the health district, but the health department, but it is independent. Just for awareness, the staffing, the hiring, recruitment, and all the associated demands with an effort of this magnitude is something for consideration, given right now the county carries the burden of facilities, staffing, liabilities, pensions, and costs. Should the city venture in this arena, even if it's a regional effort, those are all the elements that we have to take into account. And in the context of restricted funding means, that may create some challenges, but we definitely could explore should council wish us to study further. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. I actually totally agree with you. I think these are an enormous undertaking. especially if when how often do we come with a pandemic like this? Hopefully not often, and but it may be worth just asking the COG if there's no interest to even take the next step. That's just my idea. Thank you.
Yeah. And Councilmember Chen, I suggest, since you are a representative on the COG, why don't you bring that forward to them and maybe take the temperature and see if there's any interest in it. As you mentioned, the South Bay mayors, maybe there's something they could work with the Beach Cities Health District and, come up with a regional plan like that. So, I don't think we throw out the baby with the bathwater. I mean, we've done the research, and perhaps, the pandemic has given us this idea, and maybe post-pandemic, it's something that, as a regional, body, we could do it maybe better than that. And maybe, I'm not really sure yet that do you get the blessing of the state of California? Who says it's okay and you're an adequate public health department? I don't know what, Connor did a great job, but these, as he said, were created at the start of the 20th century, in the 1900s. And they were talking about a whole lot of different things, and probably that it was the last pandemic that really created some of these throughout the country. And, and that was what they were dealing with in those days. So it'd be interesting to see if there's a feel in the region if we'd like to do something like this. Shared costs are a lot better than taking the whole thing on. That's for sure. Councilmember Griffin?
I will ask the COG.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. In looking at the report, and thank you, staff, for putting this together, Connor. It was great to see this information. In my history of working with the city, we haven't really had a need for our own health department. And obviously the pandemic made everything change, but then even if we had it, it seems like there's just not enough benefit by having our own health department to achieve what we wanted to achieve, and that was to be able to make our own decisions. So to me, it just doesn't seem like it's worth the effort to do unless it was, as has been discussed, a more regional effort where the costs could be shared. And I'm just not sure, but I'd love to hear if there is any interest in doing something like that on a regional basis. I think what would solve the situation that we faced in this pandemic with not being able to make our own decisions is the fact that we're a part of LA County, and I've joked previously that maybe we should break off and form our own county with beach cities or something like that. And I'm sure I'm greatly underestimating the amount of effort that would be required to do something like that, even if it was possible. But I think that would have a higher likelihood of achieving the desired result of having us as a county be able to move more independently in this case of the pandemic than we have under the LA County guidelines. So I don't know if that's worth pursuing at all, but I just don't think there's any real reason for us as a city to individually look at becoming a public health department. Thank you.
Okay, how's the council wish to act now? Do we want to accept this and file it and with staff direction? Councilmember Matucci?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we accept and file the Public Health Department research and update, and also if we can direct staff to continue bringing us information. I think every council member here tonight brought up great points, and if they can bring back a report at a later date, let's say, I don't know, within 6 months or so. I know it's a lot of work, but that's my motion.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Second. Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, we're moving on to item 9D as in David, from Transit to adopt a resolution and approve master agreement authorizing acceptance of transit intercity rail capital program funds, and from staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor Fury, members of the Council, James Lee, Transit Department. Item 90 is requesting your honorable body's adoption of a resolution and your approval of a master funding agreement with the State of California Department of Transportation to receive Transit Intercity Rail Capital Program grant funds in the amount of $6 million for the purchase of 7 zero-emission all-electric buses. A few days before the city was struck by the cyber attack on March 1st of this year, transit staff learned about this competitive grant opportunity to pursue the purchase of electric buses. So despite of losing most of our data and work that we had performed to the cyber attack on this grant and then the subsequent outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, Transit Director encouraged our planning and design team to push forward with this application. Led by Senior Analyst David Mock and researched and heavily authored by Acting Administrative Analyst Ryan Plum, we were able to complete and submit an application to the state with a few minutes left before the deadline on April 1st. So much to our surprise, we learned that of the 45 applications received by the state, ours was one of 17 recommended for full funding. A 20% local match is required for this project, bringing it to a total of $7.2 million. Additionally, staff is requesting your honorable body's approval to appropriate these funds upon receipt to create a new facility equipment automation plan, or FEAP, for this project. These 7 buses will represent the first electric buses that will be joining our fleet and the integration of zero-emission technology to our bus fleet starting in 2021. And staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate the hard work. Getting funding of $6 million for something is really, and in such a short window of time, I wasn't aware that it was under those adverse conditions. So thank you very much to everybody who worked on that. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Goodrich, take a motion.
Just want to ditto the mayor's sentiments. Great job by staff on this and securing this funding and taking advantage of this grant, especially under the difficult situation we faced back then. Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, I'll take a motion. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I move for approval and thanks staff. Transit does a great job in getting grants, and this is wonderful. Move for approval.
Second.
Before we vote, can I get a number and title, please?
Yeah, I have to do a resolution.
Yeah, let me get a number and title from Ariana.
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-110, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing the execution of a master agreement and program supplements for state-funded transit projects.
I move for approval of to adopt resolution 2020-110 and appropriate $6 million from the TIRCP fund and local match of $1,200,000 from the Transit Municipal Operator Service Improvement Plan.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, thank you. On to number 12, which is second reading. 12A, second and final reading of ordinance number 3883. Take a number and title.
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3883, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code to reclassify a certain property in the City of Torrance located on the east side of Prairie Avenue, approximately 100 feet north of 176th Street, APN 4088-002-021, from CR Restricted Commercial District to C3-PP Solely Commercial Precise Plan.
Motion to adopt. Councilmember Chen.
I move to adopt ordinance 3883.
Second. Councilmember Goodrich. Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
No.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci voting no.
Okay, and then we move on to 12B, second and final reading of ordinance number 3884, granting to California Water Service Company a franchise to construct, lay, etc. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3884, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, granting to California Water Service Company, a California corporation, a franchise to construct, lay, operate, test, maintain, use, renew, repair, replace, move, change the size and number of, and remove or abandon in place a system of pipelines and appurtenances. Sorry, I can never get that word right.
Appurtenances.
Appurtenances, thank you, sir. For the purpose of conducting, transporting, conveying, and carrying water on, along, in, under, and across public streets, ways, alleys, and places within the City of Torrance.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Move to adopt ordinance number 3884.
Councilmember Griffith.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, that takes us to number 13, Lucky 13, at City Council Oral Communication. We start with Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Leroy, if you're still up watching, we miss you. And Aram, congratulations on your first council meeting as city manager. Well done. I just want to continue to let everyone know how much I appreciate the businesses and residents, along with the staff of the city, working together as a team to keep Torrance safe. And that's all I had. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, also, I would like to say congratulations again to Aram Barim for his first day on his own. But you did a great job, and I wish you many, many, many years. Maybe not 37, 4 decades worth, but I wanted to mention the stabbing at El Retiro. I know there's a growing number of vagrants coming through the city. A lot of sad situations out there. We need to be vigilant. We need to be careful. And what happened at El Retiro Park, which is unprovoked stabbing, it's definitely sad, but it's also, I think, something that we need to take into really huge consideration for any upcoming items that we need to talk about. I also had an incident myself at Sunday with a vagrant coming up. Some people, whatever you want to call it, unhoused, homeless. There's so many politically correct ways of calling people that it's, to me, it doesn't matter. The situation still stays the same. We have individuals that are taking up most of our bus benches. Where does ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, start, kicking in? I mean, we really, really need to, as a city, as a community, I don't blame our police department one bit, because, they're taking orders from up above. They're following laws that are being placed that are being voted on by state and federal legislatures. So we really need to do something about this because it's becoming a dangerous component of our lives, and every ordinance that we can enforce, we have to enforce. I know that we have a lot of limitations, but let's not put limitations on ourselves. The 10 p.m. the parks close. The parks should be monitored by our police department and vacated after hours. The parking lots of these parks also need to be vacated after hours, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. It should be vacated. So, anyways, that's all I have tonight. You guys be careful out there, stay safe, and God bless everyone. Bye-bye.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you. Ram, you're almost done for your first night on. Great job. I'd like to thank staff for working pretty quickly to open up our parks. If people haven't been to the park, when you go to the park, you're going to find there's new signs instructing you how to use our play equipment. And community services had to come up with signs pretty quickly, and they did it. Thank you very much. Thanks, staff, for working with businesses. As Ms. Kalani said, we've got a lot of restaurants that are working. Now we've got nail salons opening, all at reduced capacity, and I know that community development has to be out checking things, and I'm really proud of our city and our staff. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am very happy that more and more of our city is opening up, the parks, the mall, and let's keep this momentum going. Secondly, week after week, I know during the orals we get a lot of comments, and I urge the community who is engaged and listening to always fact-check comments that's made to us. We don't intentionally try to appear like we don't care or we don't respond. There are situations we cannot respond due to certain items that are in litigation. But do fact-check, and we do. Every member of this council care about our community, care about the safety of not just the residents of Torrance, even the visitors of Torrance. And when there's a crime that's committed, please do call 911. See something, say something, and we do care. And just want to make sure that the community understands that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. On the issue of the pandemic and the recent problem we found ourselves in where our numbers are lower, but we have very limited data to go back to the county and make a sound case of why our city and our region is different than others, and we shouldn't be lumped in with everybody. I may have found a potential solution, and I'm bringing that to the council today for concurrence, for a pandemic management solution. Last week, staff and I met virtually with Open, a pandemic lifestyle management solution company that assists in reopening and maintaining social and economic activities for people, businesses, and governing entities. Their online database offers solutions such as streamlining the sharing of county protocols and updates by sector to help our businesses. They're looking to assist municipal agencies as they move forward on their reopening and recovery efforts, and I was introduced to their tech team by a mutual friend, and they are looking to the city of Torrance to provide us the opportunity to test their software on a pilot program basis to gauge if this is something that local residents and businesses will benefit from. So with concurrence, I'd like staff to continue to meet with Open to determine if their software and offerings are compatible with our current interface, and also reach out to partners such as the Chamber of Commerce to see if this is something that they too may be interested in. And then staff would report back to the council with status updates on this project and determine if there's interest in moving further forward.
anybody has any problem with, providers coming to us there. But I have noticed that there are more providers out there than pandemics. It seems like it's a cottage industry that they've opened up, helping us out with data. But I think staff should obviously be open to discussion with anybody that can help us be prepared in case there's another one or get through this one. So I think we have a concurrence. I'm not sure. Yeah, I see enough thumbs that I think we got concurrence. I can report that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
That's it.
No. I'm looking at you now. Okay, Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, want to congratulate our new city manager, Ram Chaparian, for a successful first meeting. Only a few more minutes and it's taco time. And also, Leroy, I hope you're sound asleep by now and enjoying a peaceful night, knowing that the city's in good hands. Yes, I'm very pleased, as has been mentioned, about additional reopenings of our city facilities, especially our mall, who's suffered so tremendously, and all the businesses contained within that mall. I know that they're working extremely hard to provide a very safe environment for people to come out and shop with the proper social distancing, requirements of masks and so forth. And so for anyone who's feeling comfortable to come out, I encourage you to start the cash registers ringing. We certainly all need it, and you probably need some new underwear by now. The other thing I wanted to make a comment on and ask for some concurrence on is Torrance recently received our most recent RHNA allocations, Regional Housing Needs Allocation, and which is close to 5 times our previous allocation, and that's basically the number of housing units that we're expected to build. 2 things that have recently come to my attention in this regard, and one is that there was a study recently completed by the Embarcadero Institute, which makes a strong case that the housing needs were double counted when the folks that calculate the RHNA numbers did their analysis. And I provided that report and that study to staff for them to look at. And there's been a lot of discussion amongst other cities who I've been speaking with in regards to that study, and I think it's a worthwhile thing for them to look at. The other thing that I just received is a really interesting letter signed by every single mayor in Orange County requesting an appeal of their RHNA allocations for all their cities in Orange County. And I will forward that. I haven't had a chance to get that to staff yet as well, but I will forward that to staff for their benefit and anyone else who's interested. And so with that, and with the consent of my colleagues, I'd like to request that staff work with all possible parties available to us in LA County, such as the COG, to generate a similar letter and see if we can get other mayors on board to provide a letter similar to what Orange County mayors did to appeal the RHNA numbers. It's my understanding from staff that we will be doing as a city our own individual appeal. And the second thing I wanted to request is that for staff to bring back an item to discuss in more detail the RHNA allocation for the benefit of the public and the details of the city's planned appeal of this allocation. So hopefully I can get concurrence from my colleagues for that information to come forward. Great. I really appreciate it. And everybody have a safe next couple weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't congratulate you, Aram. Great meeting. And say good night to Leroy, because I know he's up watching. But as we continue our path to reopening and recovery, we have to remember that the pandemic is not gone. We read about it every day in the newspaper. Yesterday there was 24 states that numbers were skyrocketing. So we have to be careful that we don't start seeing a surge again. The numbers have been looking really, really good, and keep our fingers crossed that people are covering their face and keeping their space and keeping good hygiene. On October 1st, nail salons were cleared for reopening, and recently our park equipment and playgrounds reopened to the public at the discretion of each city, and we did it the very next day. Yesterday, the county announced the reopening of indoor malls at 25% capacity, effective tomorrow, October 7th. So we encourage everybody to stop by the mall and check it out and spend some money, help those businesses and the smaller stores that weren't able to be open, get them up and running again. And as a reminder, all operators of businesses that are allowed to reopen are required to implement all public health protocols before reopening to ensure compliance and avoid citations, fines, and possible closures. It is important that businesses protect employees, customers, and residents from COVID-19 as much as possible by following the public health protocols and directives. And, of course, Debbie Hayes let me know today and she's with Discover Torrance, she asked me to let everyone know that the opening does include breweries under certain conditions. So hopefully the breweries in Torrance will be up and pouring again for our community. Visit our COVID-19 website to view information as it becomes available. You can find links to county, state orders and more at torranceca.gov/COVID-19. Tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. And as we reopen recreation and retail, check out Weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 o'clock p.m. And by the way, you can get all of these on YouTube. If you go to the city's page on YouTube, all of them are listed there, and you can pop them in and watch them at your pleasure. Let's remember to take the necessary precautions to minimize the risk of infection while still trying to bring some normalcy back to our daily routines. You can also catch the replays on COVID-19 Today and Weekends in Torrance on YouTube or on our Facebook page as well. And for the most up-to-date information, subscribe to Torrance Alerts at torranceca.gov/Torrance Alerts. We send out the county public health updates every evening at 7 p.m. Please understand that the Los Angeles County does not always publish their updates before our 7 p.m. alert. So if you see some numbers remain the same or fluctuate, this could be because of new cases have not yet been confirmed or confirmed cases have been reclassified. Thank you all for staying patient with us during the pandemic. Just by watching this council meeting, you've continued to remain an active community member. Stay safe and informed and encourage others to do so as well. As a reminder, next Tuesday's council meeting was canceled due to lack of business. And we're going to remind you of that again when we adjourn this meeting in a little while. But before we do that, we're going to recess this and go back into executive session. We have some business we have to finish before we can leave for today. So in case you're not going to be tuning in again, let's say goodbye now. So if we've just come on and you don't see us, you won't miss us. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for your input. Thank you for being Torrance residents. We really appreciate that. Okay, we're back from our executive session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
There is nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I will take a motion to adjourn. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I move for adjournment of City Council meeting to Tuesday, October 20th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 o'clock p.m. in compliance with Governor Newsom's executive order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable, Channel 3, Spectrum, and Channel 31, Frontier, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable. Remember, Tuesday, October 13th, 2020, is a council dark night.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
You're
Is that a
muted,
yes?
Mayor.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Don't forget to vote. I already voted.